God, time flies when you're having fun. What's all these? Why is my phone going mental? What's going on? Is Iran being bombed or what? Or is Iran bombing Israel or what? What's going on? Loads of notifications. Good evening, Spike. Good evening, November man. It's only us for a year. I see 2CTV still going on with its propaganda. It does make me laugh when you can pull up the same videos and go, you're misquoting it all. Hey, Freedom. Hey up, Bad Marsh. But Freedom, people don't like truth. They prefer the bollocks and the lies, don't they? They prefer to call me a small hater or a Zionist hater. Israeli hater. I don't know what I don't know what it's all about. Not when you can pull up the evidence and pull up the proof. Pull up the truth every single time and then you get called a fucking hater. What is the truth and where do we find it? Oh, you got to dig deep, Titanic. You only got to look at the ones that are being paid, haven't you? And what they're pushing. And as soon as you realise what they're pushing, and then you go and have a little bit of in-depth dig, then you can see it's been turned on his head. Gets turned on his head every time, doesn't it? To suit their narrative. They don't like it when you pull the files. Smiler, you only got to pull the files and then you know it's all a set play. Yeah. Oi, Matt Walker. In America, it's okay to traffic children, but not drugs. Yeah. Yeah, but I got loads of trafficking and loads of people that Trump pardoned, you know, including Honduras, 400 tons. You know, what was he called from Honduras? I can't remember his silly name, the ex-president. No, he was in American jail. 400 tons he trafficked of coke. And Trump pardoned him, said the Biden administration was a bit harsh on him. But then we'll have a look at a few others, you know, that all seem to have weird surnames. And, you know, with certain ties to a certain country. And they all get set free and pardoned. pay 10 grand and flee the country. Yeah, exactly. Everything it does is for Israel. It's never America first, is it? Just think they will control all the cocaine and lithium. It's white powder, and you can be sure they don't just want the stuff coming over the border. Nah. Happy New Year, Trap. So what should we do? Should we go through some of the bookmarks? Oh. This is America securing the far future of the USA. Well, no, it isn't. It's America doing the work for the Zionists, protecting the Zionists and protecting the Zionist interests. If they really wanted to arrest drug dealers, they went fentanyl, fentanyl, fentanyl. Bomb the boats, fentanyl, fentanyl, fentanyl. So I saved so much information today. Yeah, exactly, Badmarsh. It's the wrong part of the world for fentanyl. I kept arguing with Urban about that, but he wouldn't have it. Yeah, apparently Trump's supporting the EU, innit? November, man. Has anybody heard about Maduro's wife? So Miss Flores, who identified herself, hang on, let's get this up. It's a crap picture. Crap picture. Somebody drew it. Whoever was in court drew it. So you can see there and there. And then apparently there's bandages on her head, which have been covered in makeup. Where's my bloody mouse? Which screen are you on? Oh, thank you. So Miss Flores, who identified herself as the First Lady of Venezuela, said she was completely innocent. She had visible bruises to her face, one the size of a golf ball on her forehead, and red cheeks, and what appeared to be a welt over her right eye. Jane Rosenberg, one of the sketch artists in court for the hearing, told the Telegraph that Miss Flores had bandages on her face, which appeared to have been covered up with makeup. During the hearing, Mark Donnelly, a lawyer, which is isn't that the same lawyer as Madura's using Barry Pollock, which is the one that represented Julian Assange. A lawyer asked that she be given an x-ray because she had sustained significant injuries during her apprehension. There was a fracture or severe injuries to her ribs, Mr. Donnelly said. So she got proper battered. I wonder how many butt strikes to the face she had from the gap. Yeah, they've run out of options with Putin. Well, Putin's now apparently put ships now, warships out in front of Venezuela. He's a big bloke, but I can't understand why he had so many wardrobe changes, November man. 7, 8 wardrobe changes in 17 hours? How do you change your clothes so many times in 17 hours? Nobody's ever said he's incontinent before, have they? I mean, we've heard many stories of Trump being incontinent. We know that Biden was incontinent. Yeah, another rig match with boxing match with Jake Paul. Well, that's right. Nathan, wasn't it? Or he calls himself Nat now, doesn't he? Nat Rothschild. So where are we? Right. So Vanessa Beeley, she lived in Syria, lived in Palestine, covered a lot of the Russian stuff, you know. She was in Damascus. She's been all over the world. Born in the UK. I think she was born in Tavistock, I think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But she had to make a super speedy exit when HTS took over in Syria. They are being debunked and called out in real time. This is getting good. Who are being debunked? Born in Tavistock. Yeah, Vanessa Beeley. I'm sure she was born in Tavistock. Where was Vanessa Beeley? Born. Helps if you spell it right, doesn't it? Yeah, she was born in Tavistock, Devon, England. 1964. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, so she was born in England. But anyway, she's been doing a lot of digging. Well, it won't let me enlarge it neither. Bastard. Won't let me enlarge it. Hello, Michael. Do you want the link? And you finish your tea? I should have tagged her in the live stream, actually. So there was a post related to Venezuela, US-based subsidiary of Citgo, Citgo, yeah, doing the rounds yesterday. There were a number of inaccuracies, and I wish people, myself included at times, would not share information that originates on social media, i.e. Facebook, without verification. Anyway, here is the more accurate summary. In 2024, Singer, an 81-year-old with a net worth of $6.7 billion, donated $5 million to make America great again. $5 million to make America great again. Trump's super PAC. So Singer donated tens of millions more in 2024 cycle to support Trump's allies, including $37 million to support the election of Republicans to Congress. He also donated an undisclosed amount to fund Trump's second transition. This June, when Trump sought funds to bankroll a primary challenger to Thomas Massie, who raised Trump's ire by supporting the release of Epstein files, so he didn't want the Epstein files released, obviously. Singer contributed $1 million, the largest contribution to challenge Thomas Massie since Trump was first elected in 2016. Singer has met personally with Trump at least 4 times. Paul Singer just left, and he's given us his total support. Trump declared after meeting with Singer at the White House in February 2017. I want to thank Paul Singer for being here and for coming up to the office. He was a very strong opponent, and now he's a very strong ally. In 2016, Singer initially supported Marco Rubio, who is now Trump's Secretary of State. In November 2025, Singer acquired Citgo, the US-based subsidiary of Venezuela's state-run oil company. Singer, through his private investments firms, Elliott Investment Management, bought Citgo for $5.9 billion. The sale of Amber Energy, a subsidiary of Elliott Investment Management, was forced by creditors of Venezuela after the country defaulted on its own bond payments. Citgo owns 3 major refineries on the Gulf Coast, 43 oil terminals, and a network of over 4,000 independently owned gas stations. By all accounts, Singer acquired these assets at a major discount. Advisors to the court that oversaw the sale valued Citgo at $13 billion, while Venezuela officials said the assets were worth as much as $18 billion. Singer acquired Citgo at a bargain price, in large part due to the embargo, which limited its sanctions on Venezuela. Venezuela's oil imports to the United States. Citgo refineries are purpose-built to process heavy-grade Venezuelan sour crude. Remember I showed a video of the different oils, and America's only got one oil, and it needs the sour crude so they can refine their other oils. They only produce light oil. Seeing acquire a bargain price for the oil into the United States. Citgo's refiners are purposely built for heavy-grade Venezuelan sour crude. As a result, Citgo was forced to source oil from more expensive sources in Canada and Colombia. Oil produced in the United States is generally light grade. This made Citgo's operations far less profitable. Elliott Investment Management is known as a vulture fund because it specializes in buying distressed assets at rock bottom prices. Maduro's government was also speaking to appeal court approval of Singer's bid for Citgo. Now that Maduro has been ousted, however, it seems unlikely that the appeal will continue. Evening, Lib. Singer is also a major pro-Israel donor, with his foundation having donated more than $3.3 million to groups like Birthright Israel Foundation, the Israel-American Academic Exchange, Boundless Israel, and others in 2021, according to his tax filings. Meet Paul Singer, the Jewish supremacist billionaire set to make massive profits from actions of the Zionist proxy forces known as the US military in kidnapping President Maduro and his wife Silla Flores. Singer is a Sayan, I don't know what that means, Sayan, one of thousands of overseas operatives who can be called upon by Mossad, and thus a foot soldier in the emergence of Pax Judica. Yeah, what is that supposed to mean? A source's relevance only makes sense to those whose political sway justifies it, right? Yeah. Titanic, by testing all claims ourselves, where possible, use logic and discernment to. So I got to clean my glasses, man, to sort out the truth from the nonsense. Now, surely people can put put it all together and work it out. It's definitely a pattern. Yeah, if there's DNA, it'd be a string, wouldn't it? Let's find my cleaning cloth. I'll drop the link. Drop the link. See if Michael's coming up. Who has finished his tea. So I clean my glasses after I made a mistake. Oh, steak, mushrooms and fried egg. Handsome. Well, it's pretty obvious by now that an evil cabal are trying to take over everything. If COVID didn't help you see it, I doubt much else will. Yeah, but it's like somebody else was pointing out. Oh God, what's he called? Oh, ex-Royal Marine. Oh God, what's he called? What you know? It's like when you watch the oil tanker. The oil tanker was 33 miles. 33. And then you go to something else and it was 33,000. And then you go to something else and it was 33 and 33. And just all these 33s keep on appearing. Well, who uses 33s? El Capitano.
Well, I hope this works first time.
It did. It did.
Fuck for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he was going to have to keep hopping and skipping and jumping.
No, right, no.
Yeah.
And just on the Paul Singer stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so let's get to the next Paul Singer. So, Paul Singer, interrupt anytime you feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
With din, 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 din. That's the one, Chris Frowell Dodgy. Thank you very much, mate. Right, so Paul Singer, massive Zionist, Jewish supremacist, billionaire, set to make massive profits after buying Citgo at rock bottom prices.
Mm-hmm.
So Paul E. Singer started his career as a real estate attorney at the investment bank Donaldson, Lufkin and Jenrette. Singer went on to found a hedge fund firm, Elliott Management, in 1977, of which he is the president and the co-CEO of as of 2025. Singer would also move towards activist investing and distressed debt investing after the 1987 stock market crash. He pioneered vulture capitalism, buying distressed sovereign bonds such as those of Argentina and Peru and steep discounts and pursuing full repayment through litigation, earning both massive profits and criticism. So, right, I had a mate that used to buy failing companies, right? Now, he used to buy them cheap because they were selling them cheap, or the what's it called? Assessors were coming in, the bankruptcy assessors. Yeah. So he'd buy them cheap, right? But he'd buy them cheap, then he'd turn them around, he'd run them for 12, 18 months, and then he'd sell them on again. Well, he's buying them and then asking for full repayment of their bonds afterwards. So he massive profits and criticism. Singer built Elliott into one of the world's most formidable hedge funds, managing $72 billion in assets by 2025. As of 2024, Forbes pegged his net worth at $6.1 billion. Though it likely grew with Elliott's expansion. So he had 72 billion in assets, but his own personal net worth was 6.1 billion. Mm-hmm. In 2024, Venezuela analyst reported that US corporation Elliott Investment Management had been picked as the winning bidder in a court-mandated auction of Venezuela's US-based refinery, Citgo. Legal filings showed that the court appointed Special Master Robert Pincus. And Robert Pincus chose Elliott's US $7.286 billion bid for the entirety of PDV. Holding PDVH, Citgo's parent company, the proposal reportedly comes from the company's affiliate Amber Energy, There's loads of different subsidiaries and everything else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, how much hedge funding, or how much are they actually doing? Money laundering and what have you between company to company to company, right? So, PDV8, Sitco's parent company, the proposal reportedly comes from the company's affiliate Amber Energy. In October 2022, Delaware District Judge Leonard R. Stark launched a sale of PDVH shares to satisfy claims from the 18 creditors against the Caribbean nation, totaling US $21.3 billion, mostly stemming from international arbitration awards. The process was initiated by Canadian mining enterprise Crystalex, another one. Who is Robert Pincus? Who chose Singer's firm? Bob Pincus refers to himself as a proud Zionist. He led Skadden Arps Slate, Meagher and Flam's corporate practice in Wilmington, Delaware. Isn't that where Biden's from, Wilmington?
He's from Delaware, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm sure he's from Wilmington. And chaired the firm's partnership select committee. For many years, Mr. Pincus is on the national board of the directors of American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Singer is a major donor to AIPAC, on which more below. Pincus previously served as the president of the Jewish Federation of Delaware and as chair of the Jewish Fund for Future, its endowment arm. Among other community roles, Pincus has served on the executive committee of US Maccabee Sports for Israel and on the Jewish National Fund Delaware Board of Directors. The Singer Family Charitable Foundation and associated family foundations has donated significantly to conservative and pro-Israel causes, including the Manhattan Institute for Policy Research, the Competitive Enterprise Institute, the Hudson Institute, the Birthright Israel Foundation, and the Likudnik think tank Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Singer is the sixth largest donor to AIPAC. $2 million were donated to AIPAC by Singer. He has been a major benefactor of groups like Friends of the IDF, supported United Hatzalah, an Israeli volunteer EMS organization, and has been linked to donations for supremacist Jewish schools and welfare programs that benefit Jewish settlers. What we got in the chat then? Before I carry on. BBB, but Smiler. All the Tomitards and those who believe the official narrative will say this is all Jew hatred. Don't listen to them, they're retarded. Yeah, they all say it. You come with the evidence, you see posts made about you just gotta dig a little bit deeper and just come with the information. Because you can't stop coming with the information because it's all there right in front of you, as I proceed to show as well. Even more information how corrupt Trump is and how Israel first he is, and how these stupid jumped up charges. The man owns a machine gun, so we must arrest him. He owns an automatic machine gun that you don't have to. The court papers. The court papers are laughable, absolutely laughable. But there is one word that some of you intelligent people might be able to tell me what it means, because I'll be fucked if I know what it means when I get to the court papers in a minute. It's laughable. You know, we've seen bombs, we've seen boats. What was it? Fucking 115 people killed. 35 boats, was it? I can't remember how many boats they've blown up. And it's all fentanyl. And fentanyl is now a weapon of mass destruction, isn't it? He claimed fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. But oh dear, what's happened to fentanyl now then? So him and his mate, you know, likes lots of sniff, and I got caught with sniff. You know, the what's he called? The war minister? I don't know, he's got some weird XF, yeah. He got some weird title. The war minister or some shite, I can't remember.
War secretary, isn't he?
That's it, the Secretary of War. Ding, ding, ding.
I don't think that title's existed before, has it?
No. But when the Secretary of War was bombing those boats, right? And they were taking off from military from United States fucking battleships or aircraft carriers. You had UK troops on those ships as well. And Starmer told them to stand down, don't get involved. Why did he tell them to stand down and don't get involved? Is it because he didn't want to be complicit in murder? Because not once has Hegseth or Trump actually provided any evidence that blowing up those boats had any fentanyl on the boats, or that they were actually shipping fentanyl or smuggling fentanyl. Seeing Venezuela has been like known for cocaine, where would it all of a sudden get fentanyl from? And then the court documents say it for themselves. It's crazy. So where did we get to?
Well, we was looking for that word.
No, I look for that when I go to read it. So Pincus previously served as president of jury, right? We got that. Singer family, right? We've done that bit. Singer is the sixth love, right? $2 million, right? Yeah. In the first 12 years of Paul E. Singer Foundation, some 247 million was ploughed into donations, most of which were donor-advised funds, which were specifically created to ensure the link between the donor and the ultimate recipient is and remains opaque. Between June 2023 and October 2024, according to Open Source Secrets, Singer donated 43.25 million to pro-Zionist electoral campaigns. Make no mistake, Paul Singer is a Zionist foot soldier helping to cement Pax Judica in the US and Latin American areas. There's Mrs. Flores. That goes on about Delcy Rodriguez. So, like I said in the that doesn't make England Titanic. What's he say there?
The UN, I don't care what the UN says. The UN doesn't know what they're talking about. The UN, I don't care what the UN says. The UN doesn't know what they're talking about.
That's Marco Rubio. Oh, that was BBC. To ensure the clarity and consistency in our reporting, please follow these guidelines when describing recent events in Venezuela. Captured. Please attribute this to the US description of the operation. Example, the US said Maduro was captured during the operation. Seized, acceptable for the use in our own reporting where appropriate. Avoid using kidnapped. Thanks for keeping this in mind as you work on related stories. Can you imagine if Putin, this is what it says here, can you imagine if Putin went in and took Zelensky now? What uproar would there be if he went in and he grabbed Zelensky by the scruff, picked him up and frog marched him back to Russia?
And charged him for having an army.
Yeah, charged him for having machine guns. It's a blunt, isn't it? They got to push the narrative properly, you know. When they describe the Palestinians, so you have to describe them as, was it prisoners?
Mm-hmm. Let's not forget.
But when Hamas took the Israelis, you had to describe them as hostages.
Yeah, but let's not forget you can't disagree with it if you live in America because you get lifted.
Oh yeah, you get arrested. Look at this girl. Let's swap screens a minute. Stop that screen. Share this screen. There, look at that lovely photograph there, look. Handsome photograph. That was when anti-Iran MEK opposition used a photograph of General Ortega, an actress. And they even gave her a name. Zora. Justice for Zora. She was murdered. But it wasn't. It was the actress. More propaganda. So this was sent to me. A. Foxman, then head of the ADL, plotting the overthrow of Venezuela government back in 2009.
Hello. I wanted to ask you, since we met last, about the issue of Venezuela, because I heard voices kind of saying it's not so bad, and Latin America is not so bad, but I'm not convinced. And the question
You
is,
have good reason not to be convinced. Good reason. It is getting worse.
right?
And little by little, as long as oil money works.
I'm told that by our experts, it's the only, except for Iran, it's the only government propagated anti-Semitism today around the world. It's a
Formally. Right.
This is quite
First within the
scary.
country and then outside.
So are you pressing in any way?
We've talked to Jesse Jackson, who has a relationship, but
Propagating anti-Semitism, is that because Iran and Venezuela have their own banks? Don't know. That looks familiar. It does, Maverick, doesn't it?
But it's not for camera, but there are other plans.
Not for camera, eh? There are other plans, not for camera.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
So they didn't want to speak on camera. There she is, Mrs. Bondi. I do solemnly swear to protect Trump, because fuck the Constitution. There he is. Get the oil. Let's go Venezuela. Let's go Iran. Let's go Cuba. Let's go anywhere. Let's talk about anywhere to detract from the Epstein files. Because fuck me, if they get those Epstein files and they get them redacted, well, I'm in the shit, ain't I? Because I've been up to some really fucking bizarre stuff. I'm a little kiddie fiddler with fucking blonde hair myself, and I love my fucking sunbed. Old Donald Trump. Oh, so that goes on to the charges. Right, where's that, where's the court papers? There. Right, now I'm sure. Well, where's my bloody thing on there? Right, so you lot can't see that, can you? You can see it now. You bet that's just been clipped, yeah. So United States District Court, Southern District of New York, United States of America, blah, blah, blah. So that's the people. So they've only got Nicholas Maduros and they've only got Scylla Flores. I don't think they've captured anybody else. It was a bit too big, isn't it? So grand jury charges for over 25 years, leaders of Venezuela abused their positions of public trust and corrupted once legitimate institutions to import tons of cocaine into the United States. I thought it wasn't cocaine. I thought it was weapons of mass destruction, fentanyl. But we'll get on to that. Nicholas Maduro, the defendant, is at the forefront of the corruption has partnered with co-conspirators to use his illegally obtained authority and the institutions he corroded to transport thousands of tons of cocaine to the United States since his early days in Venezuela. Well, where were they shouting about cocaine? He's only ever shouted about fentanyl, hasn't he?
Yeah.
What's a diplomatic passport, brother? Fueled corruption to flourish for his own benefit, for the benefit of members of his ruling regime, blah, 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 blah. So page 2. Venezuela, so the defendant, Maduro, Venezuelan citizen, was previously the president of Venezuela and is now, having remained in power despite losses in the recent elections, the de facto but illegitimate ruler of the country, Maduro, also previously held a seat in Venezuela's National Assembly. 2002 acted as Venezuelan Minister of Foreign Affairs. Succeeded Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. He declared victory in a disputed, internationally condemned presidential election. So, if it was condemned president election, why have they all been speaking to him? Why have they all been contacting him? And why the people that were supposed to have won? I mean, one of them is the Nobel Peace Prizer. She's supposed to be living in Russia, but reckons that she's going to return back to Venezuela. But Trump's ripped the ass out of her. She wants to give everything to Israel, wants to, create the Israeli, create Venezuela's, what's it called in Jerusalem? What do you call that silly thing? Venezuela's what in Jerusalem? I can't remember the word. What do you call that? Basically, they're going to try and run Venezuela from Israel. So it goes on, brief history of Venezuela's Miranda state. Blah, blah, blah. So are these defendants, are they getting prosecuted in their absence then, are they? Because I haven't heard any pleas. I mean, they both said they're not guilty. I haven't heard any pleas come out of these. So the narco-terrorist organization working in partnership with the defendants. The FARC, since its founding in 1964, has become one of the largest producers of cocaine in the world. The FARC has generated significant revenue through its cocaine trafficking. Who's the FARC? FARC. Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia People's Army was a far-left Marxist-Leninist guerrilla group involved in continuing Colombian conflict. It's the FRC. Oh, Mimi. The referendum failed with 50.2% voting against it in November 2016. The Colombian government and the FARC signed a revised peace deal, which was approved by Congress on 27th of June 2017. So Congress approved the FARC. So the FARC was approved by the American Congress. Wow. The FARC is also directed violent acts against the United States, persons and property in foreign jurisdictions, included but not limited to Colombia. For example, from at least in about 2003 to in or about 2008. So 2017. Wasn't 2017 when Trump was elected? What year was Trump elected?
2016.
Right, so he actually approved of the FRC. The United States will continue its efforts to fumigate and disrupt the FARC's manufacturing and distribution of cocaine and cocaine paste consistent with these activities. In or about 1997, the U.S. Department of State Department designated the FARC as a foreign terrorist organization. Pursuant to Section 219 of the Immigration. Oh, so I wonder whether it's got in there where on 27th of June 2017 that he approves them. On November 30th, 2021, the State Department removed the FRC from the FTO list and the FTO is foreign terrorist organizations. So in 2021, who was leading the country in 2021? When did Biden come in?
Be 20, wasn't it?
When was COVID? 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, presidents take office in January, don't they? They get sworn in.
Yeah.
All right, so who was president? November 2021. So Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So when did he come in?
What, Biden?
Yeah. Was that 2020?
He'd have been voted in what is it? They vote him in, is it about November time or something? And then they don't actually take over until January, don't it?
Yeah.
There's a three-month like transition period, isn't there?
Yeah. So he was the 46th president. His inauguration on January the 20th, 2021.
Yeah.
So Biden took them off the foreign terrorist organization and similarly designated two FARC successor organizations as pursuant Section 219, both of which remain so designated as the filing superseding indictment. The ELN. Who's the ELN? ELN has operated a Colombian terrorist group since 1965, dedicated to the violent overthrow of democratically elected government of Colombia. In addition, the ELN exports tons of cocaine annually to the United States and elsewhere in order to finance its terrorist activities. Consistent with these activities in around 1997, well, Maduro wasn't even, he was still a bus driver in 1997, wasn't
The ELN are the Ejército de la Liberación Nacional, or National Liberation Army, of Colombia's oldest and largest remaining far-left guerrilla group.
he? Right. So State Department designated ELN as FTO pursuant subsection 219 remains so designated at the filing of the superseding indictment. The Sonora cartel, based in the Mexican state of Sonora, has its roots in the late 1980s, when the so-called Mexican Federation, well, Mexico is like way further up than Venezuela, and Mexican, we know, ships loads of coke. Right, so the Mexican Federation as a council representative. So what's this got to do with Maduro? What's all this like biting now got anything to do with Maduro?
It doesn't, does it?
Right, so the members of the Mexican Federation partner with Colombian sources of supply to transport drugs through Mexico and into the United States. In early 2000s, Joaquim Archivaldo Guzman, Roberto El Chapo, and Ismael Zambada Garcia El Mayo formed a partnership that led transformation of Mexico Federation in Sinaloa cartel, which became the largest drug trafficking organization in the world. At present, the Sinaloa cartel is highly organized and active in more than half of all states in Mexico. For a sophisticated and heavily armed security apparatus, the Sinaloa cartel wields power through fear, threats, and violence, including by killing police, civilians, and members of other criminal groups who encroach on their territory with authorization. Members of Sinaloa cartel may also be killed for perceived disloyal, disobedience, or to send a message to further and protect its drug interests in the Sinaloa cartel. The Sinaloa cartel engages in other criminal conduct, including bribery, extortion, weapons trafficking, as additional means of revenue and profit. Engages in migrant smuggling and human trafficking. Consistent with these activities, in or about February 2025, the State Department designated Sinaloa cartel as an FTO, pursuant to subsection 219 of the INA. The Sinaloa cartel remains so designated as the filing of superseding. So the Sinaloa cartel has been going since early when? That's 1965. That's the ELN. That's the ELN. Based at its roots in the since the 1980s. So they've been going since the 1980s, but they've only just where is it? February 2025, the State Department designated the Sinaloa cartel as a foreign terrorist organization. So they went, 45 years. "45 years before they get designated a foreign terrorist organization." Yeah, Blunt, I saw that earlier on. There was a live stream earlier on. But who is it? Victor Orban, isn't it? He says no, doesn't he? Is it Victor Orban? The Zetas, later known as Cartel de Noroeste, is a violent and professional transitional organization based in northern Mexico. So Mexico. Criminal control and attacks in government in Mexico between in or about 2010. The Zetas formed an alliance with the Gulf Cartel, a group of drug traffickers primarily based in northern Mexico, whereby the Zetas served as an armed militaristic wing of the Gulf Cartel to maintain control of drug trafficking throughout Mexico. The Zetas recruited members of the Mexican Special Forces along with drug traffickers who never served in the military or with police force to join the organization. Zetas 2010 Gulf Cartel. February 2025, the State Department designated CDN, formerly known as Zetas, as a FTO. TDA, what's that TDA? That's where you going, Michael? Michael. Where's the TDA thing gone? Trendy Aruga and MS-13 is TDA. Now they all buggered off to Madrid, Spain. Trendy Argua and El Salvador MS-13 in 2025, Spanish police arrested over 50 suspects tied to these groups, seizing weapons, drugs and cash, and rising extortion and violence born in Latin prisons. These gangs exploit Spain's immigration communities, over 300,000 Venezuelans and 50,000 Salvadorians. They're like all in Spain. So anyway, so TDA. Where did you say that name for TDA?
Trendy Aragua.
That's the one. Trendy Aragua. Yeah. So the defendants corrupt drug trafficking and connections to narco-terrorist groups. So So the defendant, like former President Chavez, before him, participates and perpetrates and protects a culture of corruption in which powerful Venezuelan elites enrich themselves through drug trafficking and the protection of their partner drug traffickers. Well, hang on a minute. That's a bit like Epstein, isn't it? And it's a bit like Ghislaine Maxwell, isn't it? You know, you got all these child traffickers that manage to traffic all these children, but to invisible people or heavily redacted people. You know, 1,000 women have come out from when they were 14 years old. I think was one as young as 13-year-old. And they were all naming Trump. Well, not all of them, but some of them were all naming Trump. So Venezuela sits in a valuable location for drug traffickers. But when you look at the United Nations, because America, I can't remember what he's called. I'll find his video in a minute. But old Mr. I sit in the United Nations and I spout stuff. He goes on and on and on about the United Nations drug report. Well, I downloaded all that lot. Evening, Mr. Dunn, sir. I downloaded all that lot. And even the map. And even the map don't show any shipments leaving Venezuela, does it?
No.
And he keeps on spouting on about Venezuela and keeps spouting on that United Nations has said Venezuela for fentanyl. And there's no mention of fentanyl except for the strength of fentanyl. But the prescribing of fentanyl, and then the other drugs that are freely available in the White House. Freely available in the White House. Just go down to the medical center and you can help yourself. So we got all this, right? So, I mean, 1999. Venezuela became a safe haven for drug traffickers willing to pay for protection and support corrupt Venezuelan civilian and military. So why would they run all the way back to Venezuela? Or why would they go all the way back to Venezuela when they're shipping from Mexico? I don't know. So Venezuela to United States via transshipment points in the Caribbean and Central America, such as Honduras. Oh, Honduras. What about old matey? 400 tons of cocaine and his machine gun, blah, blah, blah. And he got sentenced to how many years in jail? I can't remember. I'll look it up in a minute. And Trump just pardoned him. Within a couple of days before he decided to go and attack Venezuela. And he was convicted of trafficking 400 tons of cocaine under the Biden administration. And Trump just gave him a pardon.
Weird how so many wrong-uns can get pardoned, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we'll have a look at the wrong-uns that got pardoned under Trump. Overt acts in furtherance of the defendant's drug trafficking and narco-terrorism conspiracies. So the conspiracies. The defendants, together with others, engaged in relentless campaign of cocaine trafficking throughout the time period charged in superseding indictment, resulting in the distribution of thousands of tons of cocaine to the United States. Throughout Nicolas Maduro, the defendant, along with members of his family and other corrupt officials, provided law enforcement cover and logistical support for the transport of cocaine through Venezuela, with knowledge that their drug trafficking partners would move the cocaine north to the United States. While this conduct occurred regularly and repeatedly throughout this time period. Okay. – 2007. So she was supposed to have taken hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes to broker a meeting between large-scale drug trafficker and the director of Venezuela's national anti-Nestor Revolt. The drug trafficker later arranged to pay a monthly bribe to Ravel Torres. In addition, $100,000 for each flight that was transporting cocaine to ensure the flight's safe passage, a portion of which was then paid to Flores de Maduro. in or about 2015. Raul Torres was charged with narcotics offences in the Eastern District of New York and is a fugitive. That was 2015. So it was that Disorder Rondon. Right, so DC-9 jet. What about all the CIA exporting? When you read all these lot here, it's like din. Yuri Geller. Wow. Yeah, it's like, what's going on, November, man? Yeah, it's definitely a gim for Israel. Right, so where do we get to this stupid word? Statutory allegations, count 1. That's it. Here we go. Count 1. Narco-terrorism conspiracy. Paragraphs 1 through to 21 of this superseding indictment are relieved. What does relieved mean? And are incorporated by reference as though fully set forth herein. Because when you type relieved into Google, as they've spelled it there, it tells you it's a misspelling. From at least in or about 1999 up to including in or around 2025, in an offence begun and committed out of jurisdiction, any particular state or district of the United States, so it names them, the defendants and others known and unknown, at least one of whom has been and will be first brought to and arrested in Southern District in New York, intentionally and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together with each other to violate Title 21 the United States Code, subsection 960A. It was part and object of the conspiracy that Nicolas Maduro Moras, Rondon, and chasing the defendants, others known and unknown, would and did engage in conduct that would be punishable under Title 21, United States Code, Section 841. If committed within the jurisdiction of the United States, to wit, the distribution of and the possession with intent to distribute 5 kilograms and more of mixtures and substances containing a detectable amount of cocaine, knowing and intending to provide directly and indirectly something pecuniary value to a person and organization that has engaged and engages in terrorism and terrorist activity, as defined in Title 8 United States Code. Well, they already had Honduras in jail for 400 kilograms. Was it? No, 400 tons. So he was already in jail and Trump pardoned him. We've had Mexico. We've had Trendiaraga, which are part of MS-13 or MS-13 are part of them. We've had ELN, you know, we may as well have fucking EMI at the same time, mightn't we? Have a bit of Hollywood as well. Yeah, they're going to own Colombia. You know, it's mad, isn't it? So that's count one. So what was count one? Narco-terrorism conspiracy. From at least in or about 1999 up to including in or about 2025 in an offence begun and committed out of jurisdiction of any particular state. Well, what about Canada? Canada's been doing shitloads of fentanyl to America. So that's count one. What's count two? Count two. Cocaine importation conspiracy. Superseding indictment and released and incorporated by reference as though fully set forth herein. From at least 1999 up to including or about 2025. And then the names. Defenders are unknown, at least one of whom will be the first brought and arrested in Southern District of New York. Intentionally and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together with each other to violate blah 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 blah. It was further apart a controlled substance violation of Title 2021. Prince Hector, blah blah blah. Having reasonable cause to believe that such substance would be unlawfully imported into the United States and into waters within a distance of 12 miles of the coast of the United States in violation of Title 21. So apparently they shifted it by water, so we'll have to remember that. The defendants, that were known and unknown, would and did on board an aircraft registered in the United States, manufactured, dispute and possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance in violation of Title 21. Well, what date was that then? Because if we're talking about the PDVSA aircraft, that was actually owned by the United States, not just registered. Oh, Steve. Manufacture and possess on board an aircraft registered in the United States was 5 kilograms or more of mixed substance containing a detectable amount of cocaine in violation of Title 21. Count 3. Possession of machine guns and destructive devices. The grand jury further charges paragraphs 1 through 21 of this superseding indictment are released and incorporated by reference as though fully set forth herein. From 1999 up to and including 2025 in an offence begun and committed out of jurisdiction of any particular state or district of the United States, and for which at least one of two or more joint offenders has been and will be brought to and arrested in Southern District of New York, then it names them, the defendants during and in relation to drug trafficking crime for which they may be prosecuted in the court of the United States. The controlled substance offences charging counts 1 and 2 of the superseding indictment, and for fraud Maduro, blah blah blah, the controlled substance offence charged in count 2 of the superseding indictment, knowingly used and carried firearms, and in furtherance of such crimes, knowingly possessed firearms and aided and abetted the use of carrying and possession of firearms, to wit machine guns that were capable of automatically shooting more than one shot without manual reloading by a single function of the trigger, as well as destructive devices. Yeah, but what does it mean, Blunt? What does it mean in this context? So count 4, conspirators possess machine guns and destructive. Grand jury further charges paragraphs 1 to 21 of the superseding indictment are relieved and incorporated by reference from at least in or 1999 up to including or about 2025 in an offence begun and committed out of jurisdiction of any particular state or district of the United States. Nicholas Maduro, blah, 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 Florida Maduro, blah, 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 the Prince, blah, 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 the defendants and others known and unknown, blah, 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 will be forced brought in Southern District. Knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, agreed together with each other to violate Title 18. It was part of an object to conspiracy. No, in relation to drug trafficking.
There's an example for you. Just go on in.
Such as a complaint where a plaintiff might use the phrase plaintiff hereby relieves and incorporates by reference to efficiently include factual allegations from one count into another.
In other words, it's a load of puffery and bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this case here, this one here is the same as the one forfeiture allegations. So that there is the same as what's up there, except for they got a few more subsections down here. They're still Title 18.
Yeah, it's to re-allege, not relieve. If you say the word allege, and then you'll sort of more or less get a grasp of what they're getting at, but it still don't make sense.
Does it?
No.
I suppose it's because it's American, not English. I don't know.
Probably.
As a result of committing the controlled substance offence charging count 1 of the superseding indictment, Nicholas Maduro, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 21 United States Code Section 853, 8 and 970 any and all property constituting or derived from any proceeds the defendants obtained directly or indirectly as a result of the offences, and any and all property used or intended to be used in any manner or part to commit and facilitate the commission of the offence charging count 1 superseding indictment. That's property. If any of the above describe forfeiture property as a result of any act of omission, right, so these, aka the Prince Hector, cannot be located upon exercise of duty, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond jurisdiction of court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided. But it is intent of the United States persuading under and to seek forfeiture of any property of the defendant up and above the value of the forfeiture property. And it's signed by the, what's it called? So, I mean, what a load of bollocks that is, isn't it? What an absolute load of fucking bollocks that is. What have we got here? Everything has always been his. It's just that now they've decided to change the branch manager. There it is. Having his meeting with his little hat on.
Where's Spit the dog?
Yeah, he does look like Spit the dog's mate, doesn't he? This, where are we here? Oh, well, that is. Thinking about how Trump pardoned multiple super criminals just like this at the behest of Chabad's Aleph Institute. One was Philip S. Forms, the king of Medicare fraud, who stole $1.3 billion from Medicare and Medicaid and drugged patients with Oxycontin and fentanyl to get them to stay longer at his facilities. I wonder where he's from. Another was Shalom Weiss, who looted a life insurance company for $450 million, defrauded elderly Americans out of their life savings. His crimes earned him his own episode of American Greed. Shalom Weiss. 450. Trump pardoned these. Perhaps the worst was Democrat megadonor Solomon Malgan, an eye doctor who stole $73 million from Medicare by persuading elderly patients to undergo excruciating tests and treatments they didn't need for diseases they didn't have. BBC News investigates a charity that's scamming children with cancer out of millions, fundraising for their treatment, finds it traces back to an Israeli named Erez Handari, who is living in Canada. He's threatening Europe. I thought he was supporting Europe going in against Ukraine. The censorship is strong. I haven't typed anything, so. How can you pardon them? What's it? I mean, it's a 2-minute clip, but it's BBC.
My name is Khalil. I am 7 years old and I have cancer.
In 2022, 7-year-old Khalil from the Philippines was diagnosed with leukemia. His mother was desperate to raise money for his treatment.
A huge amount of money was really needed for Khalil's medication because the hospital didn't have a stock of medicines.
A local scout approached the family offering help on behalf of an organization the BBC has identified as Chance Latikva. It's registered in Israel and the US.
Next week, please be very available. If Khalil's hair grows back, you'll need to shave it again.
Don't want to die.
Khalil was made to practice a script that made him plead for his life.
Please help me.
Then,
And he had to reshave his head.
they filmed a video for an online fundraising campaign.
Help me.
It raised more than $27,000. But the family only received $700 on the day of filming. It was given to them in cash by another man linked to Chance Latikva.
I was really disappointed because the
Wow. And it goes on to other people.
Yeah. Same as all these charities, isn't it?
Who, along with Charles Kushner, successfully lobbied for multiple pardons for Chabad-linked criminals. Now says Ghislaine Maxwell should also receive one. Doesn't it, Blunt? Let's go to our bookmarks. So that was that. There we go.
Mr. President, are you looking to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA?
No.
Mr. President, are you looking to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico in an effort to force negotiations sooner on USMCA?
No, it's really not on USMCA. It has nothing to do with that. They've allowed both of them. Canada, very much so. They've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year, my opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed and families are being destroyed. I mean, the son gets killed and the family is a basket case for the rest of their lives. I mean, I've seen mothers that thought they'd heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy, they lose their baby, they lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day, too, of China. I said, we don't want that crap in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all set. He was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers. If they send to the United States, they were going to get the death penalty. And of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went, let's put it nicely, didn't go the proper way. I'm trying to be nice about it. It was rigged. And we had an incompetent president elected, and he never followed up on that deal. But he should have followed up, because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl to Mexico, Canada, and other places.
How much will the
We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
How soon? How soon on those tariffs?
probably February 1st is the date we're looking at. For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%.
Date on the Gaza ceasefire, and are you
Isn't it? So someone fentanyl coming in from Canada, fentanyl super labs in Canada pose a threat to US. In October, the largest drug super lab in Canada history was busted. Half a ton of hard drugs. In November, another super lab was busted with 2 tons of chemicals. So why didn't he go and arrest Carney? Why didn't he drag Carney to America? Right? And China doesn't produce the fentanyl, does it? It only sells the chemicals to Mexico and Canada to actually make the fentanyl. What we got here?
And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela.
Which drugs? Because your indictment says cocaine, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think they've cocked up slightly, haven't they?
So on Article 2, subsection 4 of the United Nations Charter, the use of force is prohibited unless authorized by the UN Secretary Council or exercising lawful self-defense in response to an armed attack. 40 people died.
36 what do you call it, fighters they put in there, didn't they? Stealth ones, is it? Raptors?
Don't know.
That's what they used, was 36 Raptors.
Right.
Mexico. Those are the Mexican cartels, and the majority of American fentanyl overdoses and deaths come from Mexico. Those are the Mexican cartels that are killing Americans. And so my pushback here is, if this was really about narco-terrorists and about protecting Americans from cartels and drugs being brought into America, the Trump administration would be attacking the Mexican cartels. And the majority of American fentanyl overdoses and deaths come from Mexico. Those are the Mexican cartels that are killing Americans. And so my pushback here is, if this was really about narco-terrorists and about protecting Americans from cartels and drugs being brought into America, the Trump administration would be attacking the Mexican cartels. And the majority of American fentanyl overdoses and deaths come from Mexico. Those are the.
So why didn't they attack Mexico then? I wonder why. Oil and gold? Silver? So she sadly lost her life to fentanyl. but that was in Canada, and he's treating it seriously with American might. Meanwhile, Carney's Liberals and the NDP are supporting the terrorists ripping the country apart. Lip service. We are a narco state. Why did you not mention that over 40 people were killed? Venezuela was no threat to the United States, but the rogue nation refused to cooperate with the World Bank. They don't manufacture or traffic fentanyl. Trump invaded a sovereign nation to steal its natural resources and place a puppet regime who will obey the New World Order rather than retain their independence. You're a mere rubber stamp who is willing to do anything for power. When the Rothschilds are happy, the truth is transparent and frightening. Those Epstein files do cause some discomfort, don't they? Fact, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who recognises him? What's he called?
Oh, Christ. Don't know. Give up.
Trump's White House was awash in speed and Xanax. What does it say? The story has been out for a couple of weeks now, but barely a blip on other forms of media. We can't find the cocaine, but brought into the White House under dead brain cocaine Joe. But you see everything under Trump. Notice the difference. Sorry to say, Trump does not do drugs or drink. No, watch Trump 2024. It takes a dumbass to cite the Rolling Stones. Chinese President Xi Jinping should be apprehended and brought to the United States for prosecution. Is there any evidence China is now smuggling fentanyl through Venezuela to bypass US and Mexican port controls? They are doing that, yes.
Through Venezuela to bypass US and Mexican port controls?
They are doing that, yes.
Is there any evidence that China is now smuggling fentanyl through Venezuela to bypass US and Mexican port controls?
They are doing that, yes.
Is there any evidence that China
Trump expressly used the flow of fentanyl as a central justification for attacking Venezuela. Zero fentanyl comes from Venezuela. Zero. The entire world is laughing at the psychotic serial lying ass clown.
And its key precursor chemical. President Trump signed an executive order officially designating illegal fentanyl and its key precursor chemicals as weapons of mass destruction. The White House warns that this synthetic drug is more deadly than a bomb and could even be used in large-scale terrorist activity.
All fentanyl coming from China to any other place can kill 100,000 Americans every year, and it already has. President Xi said it would stop, but that's not the case. All the fentanyl coming to the United States can kill all American men 3 times over, and women 2 to 5 times over. This is no joke. As I said with Mr. Bill Gertz at a press conference in Washington 2 years ago, the CCP's BGY plan and 3F plan are a state-led totalitarian plan to ferment weakness, to ferment chaos, and to ferment destruction of the U.S. Now Americans are talking about it every day. How many people have died? How many people have died? And only now do they understand. Americans reacted too slowly. Now everyone knows. That is a terrorist organization called the CCP. It does not represent the Chinese people. So, regarding the fentanyl issue, I want to report to everyone that recently, when I was in contact with many American institutions, they asked me how I view the fentanyl issue. And in your reports, could you give us a brief summary at the end? To be honest, over the past 2 years, I've stated enough. I told them in the simplest terms. I said it's very simple, just like the two of us sitting across from each other now. I can't beat you. Your fists are hard. You have a lot of money, and the whole world believes you. I said, how do I kill you? I'll find a way. I have to poison you. How do I poison you? I first need to get you to open the door to your house. How do I get you to open the door to your house? You sign a trade agreement called the WTO for me. Then I will shout to you, America is friendly with the Chinese people. I say we are good brothers. Then open the door at your house. We signed the agreement. I do business with you in a friendly manner. Then bribe all the gatekeepers, security guards, and the people in your house responsible for drug testing. Then they will break into your house, intending to poison your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, children, including the pregnant women in your family. Then, instead of killing your whole family, they let them die slowly, 2 or 3 at a time. The Americans said, stop, it's really terrifying right now. I can't beat you in a fight. I can't outsmart you. And I certainly don't have as much money as you do, so I'll poison your family. This is called fentanyl. How did I say fentanyl came about? Fentanyl came from the MIT laboratory in the United States. I've been to that laboratory a few times. This professor went back. He's from Liaocheng, Shandong, my fellow countryman. After he went back, this guy wrote a report for the so-called state security, saying that fentanyl would be a national strategic plan to weaken America and make big money for China, and that fentanyl could be extended into more than 1,000 types of drugs. This person is a fellow villager from Shen County in our hometown. His surname is Cao. At that time, I went to the U.S. Embassy in Beijing and was asked to provide this person's green card. I provided some information about this person's studies at MIT and information about the laboratory. His wife's in San Diego. Then the U.S. Embassy also interviewed him, and in the end, he couldn't hold on. This person went to Nanjing and started collaborating with another person named Cao to produce fentanyl. What's the background of this factory? Everyone must remember, Nanjing used to be a base for researching biochemical weapons. The cost of fentanyl is almost negligible. Bringing it to America is a way to make big money. Only President Trump of the United States shouts every day, fentanyl has killed 70,000 Americans, killed 100,000 of my people. A couple of days ago, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement came out, and the Drug Enforcement Administration said that the fentanyl seized by U.S. Customs could kill American men 3 times over and women 2 to 5 times. But America, do you know how much they take yearly? Why sell fentanyl? If you're caught producing fentanyl in China, you're executed immediately. MIT's own laboratory allowed CCP spies to come here for research. And I told you about it more than a decade ago. As a result, Americans don't care. Bureaucrats have now become a massive, large-scale toxic weapon to destroy America. This isn't a nuke. It's a poison weapon. She told Trump then, we can stop. We won't do it ourselves. Has it stopped? It can't stop. Are you kidding? He wants to kill you. How could he possibly stop?
So they went to the MIT to learn how to make fentanyl in the first place.
Hmm.
Interesting.
We just don't go in and.
What's that? Rand Paul, isn't it? Is it Rand Paul? Yeah, Rand Paul.
Yeah.
You know, we have dangerous people in a lot of American cities, but we just don't go in and shoot them. I mean, we have trials, they get legal representation, and even on the high seas, it's been that way for generations. If you go off the coast of Miami, the Coast Guard will be stopping boats today, and about 25% of the boats that they stop, that they're suspicious of drugs, there won't be any drugs on board. So 25% of the time, the suspicion is wrong. And that's why we don't shoot and just blow up boats off of Miami, but neither should we be blowing them up off the coast of Venezuela. Number one, there is no fentanyl made in Venezuela. Not just a little bit, there's none being made in Venezuela. These are outboard boats that in order for them to get to Miami would have to stop and refuel 20 times. They're in all likely going to Trinidad and Tobago, which is an island right off of the coast of Venezuela. So there's a lot of reasons to be worried about this. But number one is the broader principle of when can you kill people indiscriminately? When you're at war. That's why when we declare war, it's supposed to be done by Congress. It's supposed to be thoughtful. It's supposed to be debated. And we're not supposed to do it willy-nilly. And then when you have war, you just kill people in the war zone. And even then, there are rules of engagement. But interdicting drugs has always been a criminal activity and a criminal anti-crime sort of activity where we don't just summarily execute people. We actually present evidence and convict them.
Exactly. Trudeau's gone now. Is Carney there now?
You know, we have danger.
Seen that one. Carney. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is.
Hmm.
So Democrats are putting this video out. I mean, wow, look at them. Mm. Yeah, Tess Zelensky.
Okay. Obviously, the war. They lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction. Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake. All right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say. And he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached? I think
it's my turn, isn't it? You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied.
Okay.
They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no.
Invasion comes after a crumbling empire. I mean, yeah, I said that the other day, didn't I?
Yeah.
They need oil. They need minerals. And Venezuela's got it all, hasn't it? Venezuela's got its own bank, not the Rothschilds bank. So we'll go after them. And Mexico got any minerals? And has Mexico got any oil? No. It just said there in Iran. Yeah, we're being invaded. Mexico got lithium. Yeah, we got lithium. Down here in Cornwall.
Shh, don't tell everyone.
Mm. Big lithium mine just up the road from me. I didn't take you past it the other day, did I?
No.
I took you past the tin mine, the one they're pumping out and reopening.
Hmm.
Thing is, what happens with two white powders? Don't know. They move it over the border, right? What about UK seizing Maduro's gold? £2.7 billion worth of gold, wasn't it?
Hmm.
That was in the Bank of England vault.
Weapons.
Oh, don't start again.
Fentanyl, heroin, meth, and other lethal drugs are pouring across our wide open border, stealing hundreds of thousands of beautiful American lives. And it's happening like never before in our history. Children are being left without.
Yeah, I did a segment on that. 450 tons of silver, or 486 tons, was it? I think it was. I did a segment on it the other night, November Man. Maduro, Putin, and Xi Jinping carried out an audacious plan on the 23rd of December and shipped it out on How many aircraft was it again? I can't remember how many aircraft it was. Which then caused silver to spike to $84, which basically was crashing the markets. Because people that knew were already placing big money on silver. And obviously the stocks, whoever's holding the stocks, they never had the physical silver to sell.
Parents, families are being ripped apart, communities are being decimated. Our neighbors and fellow citizens are having their entire worlds destroyed like nobody thought possible. Our country is being poisoned from within by the drugs and by all of the other crime that's taking place. The drug cartels are waging war in America, and it's now time for America to wage war on the cartels.
Well, in that court document, he names all the cartels, doesn't he?
Yeah.
In that document, and he hasn't even gone after the cartels. He's named Canada in the other video. They busted 2 labs. Well, fentanyl don't come out of Venezuela. So why hasn't he gone after Mexico? Why hasn't he gone after Canada? Why hasn't he gone after the cartels? Why ain't he in Spain going after that? What are they called? The fucking Agura?
Trend irregular.
Yeah. Why ain't he gone after them? Very strange. But I mean, it is true. Fentanyl is, but I mean, America's prescribing a lot of fentanyl. So his former has run a network of nursing homes in Florida, Illinois, and Missouri that are used to perpetuate a massive Medicaid fraud scheme involving $1.3 billion in fraudulent claims. He billed Medicare and Medicaid for medically unnecessary services that were not provided. Paid and received kickbacks, paid bribes to doctors to refer patients to his facilities, bribed doctors and state records. As formulas also used narcotics as lures directly as facilities to give powerful opioids like OxyContin and fentanyl to get his patients addicted so they remained at the facilities. And he continued billing Medicare and Medicaid for their care. An FBI agent called him a man driven by almost unbound greed. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison for healthcare fraud, illegal kickbacks, bribery and money laundering, and payment of $44 million, about $5.5 million in restitution, and $39 million in forfeiture to the US government. And Trump pardoned him. Trump pardoned him in 2020. Who is this man? So Philip's 20-year prison sentence for a massive $1.3 billion Medicare fraud scheme was committed in 2020 by then-President Donald Trump. He was arrested over the weekend in Florida on domestic violence-related charges, as Forms is at least the seventh person who receives excessive clemency from Trump, and has since been charged with new crimes according to New York Times, which first reported his latest arrest. In August, a convicted New York drug dealer and predatory lender, Jonathan Braun, whose 10-year prison term Trump commuted in 2021, was charged with assaulting his father-in-law and his wife in separate incidents. Court record shows that Forms was arrested Saturday and then charged with tampering with a victim or witness and with criminal mischief involving property damage. He was booked into Miami-Dade County Jail on Sunday, his 56th birthday. Forms was released on Monday after posting two separate bonds totaling $1,650. A lawyer for Forms had no immediate comment on the arrest. As for CNBC has requested comment from Trump's presidential campaign spokesman. CNN has also requested comment from the lawyer for Forms' ex-wife Sherry Beth S. Forms, whose divorce from him was finalized in 2020. How does Trump keep pardoning them then? Where's Blunt? Where's my mate Blunt? No, it wouldn't let me open it. Trump freed healthcare fraudster Philip Reforms Biden. Philip Reform was raised in a large Orthodox Jewish community in suburban Chicago. His father, Morris Reforms, a rabbi and businessman. His forms involved support from a Jewish humanitarian non-profit group that advances prisoners' rights and work with the White House. No one let you read it neither. Jewish non-profit played significant role in Trump's pardons. What else did I save? There is no fentanyl coming from Venezuela. The oil is too expensive to pump out of the ground profitably. Trump will allow BRICS to continue buying the oil. Do you see what is really about? Pax Judaica. Well, we know Argentina's already signed up. We know these have already done deals. Yeah, we went through that the other day, didn't we? Yeah, stealing Venezuelan oil. This is how Venezuela's cartel of the Suns was born. In 1993, the New York Times reported that the CIA's so-called anti-drug unit shipped a ton of cocaine into the United States. No cartel, no road traffickers, the American intelligence itself. Fast forward to today, and the same country is attacking Venezuela and adopting its presidents on narco-terror charges while sermonizing about drugs, democracy, and security. Same empire, same lies, same playbook. The United States doesn't fight drugs. It weaponizes chaos, profits from disorder, destroys states, then performs the role of the moral savior. The narrative changes, the machinery doesn't. Open link in new tab. Officials say the cocaine wound up. It must have been an accident. But the officials say the cocaine wound up being sold on the streets in the United States. One CIA officer has resigned. A second has been disciplined. And the federal grand jury in Miami is investigating. The agency made aware of 60 Minutes investigation of the matter scheduled for broadcast on Sunday, issued a statement they calling the affair a most regrettable incident involving incident. The most regrettable bit was that they got caught, wasn't it? Or the CIA bodged up.
Yeah.
But how did it manage to get sold on the streets anyway? The case involves the same program under which agency created Haitian intelligence service, whose officers became involved in drug trafficking and acts of political terror. Exposure comes amid growing congressional skepticism about the role of the CIA in the war on drugs. In the mid-1980s, under orders from President Ronald Reagan, the agency began to set up anti-drug programs in the major cocaine-producing and trafficking capitals of Central and South America. In Venezuela, it worked with the country's National Guard, a paramilitary force that controls the highways and borders. Government officials said that the joint CIA-Venezuelan force was headed by General Raymond Gillian de Villa, and that the ranking CIA officer was Mark McFarlane, who had worked with anti-guerrilla forces in El Salvador in the 80s. The mission was to infiltrate, continued on page 5. So they smuggled the drug to America and then sold it on the streets. Well, Mental, innit? What else we got up here? US intelligence memo. So remember going back to those charges. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember going back to those charges of Trendy Aruga gang. Yeah. US intelligence memo says Venezuelan government does not control Trendy Aruga gang. May the 6th, 2025. The US intelligence community says it does not believe Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro directs Trenda Aruga, a criminal gang that operates in the US. In the newly declassified redacted memo, the memo contradicts claims by President Trump, who has accused Maduro of controlling the gang, which Trump says is invading the US. The government has relied on this argument to justify the deportation of alleged gang members under the Alien Enemies Act. The April 7th memo obtained by the Freedom of Press Foundation on May the 5th and shared by the NPR shows that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence concluded that while some members of the Maduro regime may tolerate or work with Trendy Aruga, there's no evidence of widespread organized cooperation. The Maduro regime probably does not have a policy of cooperating with TDA and is not directing TDA movement to and operations in the United States. In fact, the memo states Maduro, the top Venezuelan officials, view the gang as a threat. The memo states that the Intelligence Council has not observed the regime directing TDA, including to push migrants to the United States, which probably would require extensive coordination and funding between the regime entities and TDA leaders. So it's there. So have they got it on one of the indictments?
Mm.
And then there's the thing. There's the document. Mad as poo.
So that TDA, that Trendy Jaguar or whatever, those are the gangs that was taken on, basically taking over buildings, entire complexes and all sorts a few months back, wasn't it? Because he sent all his fucking goons in to get round them up and get them shipped back out, didn't he?
Yeah, but they're here, look.
Yeah.
Oh. Smuggling labs. Barcelona port handles 3 million containers cocaine hidden in fruit and coal. Crime nexus, extortion, kidnapping, drug trafficking, alliance with local gangs. Immigration, over 500,000 Latin migrants since 2015. Diasporas provide cover. And they're going from Venezuela to Spain. I said they've moved to Spain. Does anyone say anywhere that Venezuela is a fentanyl epidemic? No, they don't have it. Apparently they don't have an epidemic, but apparently Trump was blowing all those boats up because there's supposed to be fentanyl on them, and they haven't proved no evidence there was any fentanyl on them. 115 lives. You double tap one boat, which killed 2 survivors. Saying it was fentanyl, didn't they? US officials said that acting in self-defense, but the strikes have attracted condemnation in the region. In one case, Colombian president said a boat hit by the US was not Venezuelan but Colombian, with Colombian citizens inside, which the White House has now denied. UN, well, fucking UN ain't worth a fucking effort, is it? It ain't worth a fucking wank, that United Nations. Let's all go and sit in the United Nations, blow hot air. Say we're going to arrest this one and we're going to arrest that one. And then not do anything. And then when our peacekeepers are being shot at by Israel, we'll still do nothing. We'll just shout and say, we condemn your actions, Israel. We condemn your actions. You've just shot at a great big white vehicle with United Nations on it, and we condemn you. Why aren't they shooting back?
All very well condemning something, but if you don't do nothing about it, what's the point in just saying you condemned it?
Yeah. When are they actually going to do something? Or what can they do? They can't do anything, don't they?
No. Unfortunately, there's a lot of Teflon involved around everything, isn't it? Nothing seems to stick to it.
Another body found in Disney.
Yeah.
That's 6 bodies they found in Disney now. Well, how are they finding yeah. We know Ghislaine worked at Disney. We know all the little symbolisms and everything that they use in Disneyland. Yeah, innit? Naughty, naughty. Connecting the dots, Trump keeps pardoning healthcare fraudsters linked to this one pro-Israel sect. The president has made a mockery of the MAHA agenda by handing out clemency to healthcare execs responsible for costly and sometimes criminal schemes. See if you can spot the pattern. Fill it as forms, nursing home, mogul behind what the DOJ says was the largest healthcare fraud scheme ever prosecuted. 2019, 1.3 billion fraud, bribery and money laundering scheme, including the drugging of patients with OxyContin and fentanyl. Got 20 years, but pardoned by Trump in late 2020. On the recommended of Jared Kushner and the Chabad Lubavitch movement. Linked Aleph Institute arrested for domestic violence in late 2024. Case dropped a month later. Shalom Wise, racketeer, money launderer and wire fraudster who siphoned $450 million from the National Life Insurance Company in the night, slapped with 845-year prison. 845-year prison sentence, which she tried to evade by fleeing to Europe. Pardoned by Trump in 2021, also linked to Shabbat. Solomon Malgan got 17 years in prison in 2017 over 42 million fraud scheme involving unnecessary eye surgeries. Pardoned, lobbied by the Aleph Institute. Daniel Gozes Wagner convicted of 50 million fraud scheme. 2017, sentenced to 10 years. Trump commuted her sentence in 2020. Well, you guessed it, Aleph Institute lobbying. And lawyer Weinstein convicted to 24 years for real estate fraud targeting his own Orthodox Jewish community in Lakewood, New Jersey. Sentence commuted by Trump in 2021. Weinstein immediately returned to fraud, this time involving medical supplies, handed a new 37-year sentence in November 2025. Will he be freed again? Watch this space. WAPO says 27 of the 238 people granted clemency by Trump, 1.0, were linked to Aleph Institute. It's Tzedek Association sister, TZEDEK, Zedek Association sister agency, and other lobbyists working with them. At least Biden had the auto pen. What's Trump's excuse? Night stalkers from Maduro raid moved to Iran. So this was Iran. This is the Iranians. Their chants included: "We complain about the economy, but we will never hand our homeland to foreigners." They also chant "Death to Israel" and "Death to America." But other YouTubes will have you saying it's something else. Well, that's China testing out his new aircraft, Jian 35. Mark Collette, trying to make sense of America's strike against Venezuela. President Nicolas Maduro on the night of January 2nd, 3rd. The following checklist may be help in your efforts to understand the situation. Maintain a severance for diplomatic relations with Israel, originally broken in 2009. under Chavez. Throughout his presidency since 2013, describing Israel as a colonial regime, defend Venezuela, defend Palestine, international call to action against U.S. imperialism, Samadoun Palestinian prisoner solidarity network, established and strengthened diplomatic ties with Palestinian Authority, including formal recognition and support for Palestinian statehood. Venezuela and Palestinian Authority established diplomatic relations. Publicly condemned Israel's military actions in Gaza as genocide against Palestinian people, particularly in statements made in May 2025 amid the ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza. Maduro says that Israel's aggression on Gaza is genocide. Denounced Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as the Hitler of the 21st century in June 2025 in response to Israel attacks on Iran. Condemned Israel strikes on Iran as criminal and immoral in June 2025. Calling for immediate end to the aggression. Issued a direct appeal to the Israeli people in June to stop Netanyahu's madness, framing Israel policies as aggressive and urging internal opposition. Supported anti-Israel resolutions at the United Nations, including voting in favor of measures condemning Israel occupation, actions such as aligned Venezuela with anti-Israel alliances, including close ties with Iran, which has become a source of concern for international Jewish organizations. Venezuelan president tries to reassure country's Jewish leaders on security and relationships with Israel. 2017 World Jewish Congress. Blamed international Zionism for orchestrating protest and unrest following Venezuela's disputed 2024 presidential election, accusing Jews influencers of manipulating media and social networks and satellite technology to undermine his regime. Venezuela Maduro blames protest on international Zionism. Israel, Syria, and the United States agreed to establish a joint fusion mechanism. Al-Jilani has given fucking Israel more of Syria's land. Israel Culture Minister Mick Zohar claimed on Thursday that Gaza belongs to Israel and nearly 2.3 million Palestinians in the enclave are guests. Didn't the Israelis become guests in 1948? I wonder how long Mickey Zohar has lived in Israel. Where's he from? Where do we reckon his parents are from? Anybody got any guesses?
Western Supermare.
Morocco and Tunisia. His father was an immigrant from Morocco and his mother, Dina, was from Tunisia.
Mm.
Can't we? Yeah, London. Right, anybody else got any more topics?
Yeah, that bloody pasty I sent you.
Pasty. I didn't see no pasty. I've got to go down and bloody sort Spike's pasty out.
They're doing pasties in tins now.
Yeah, I mean, how can you do a pasty in tin? Impossible. You can't do no pasty in a tin. Absolutely impossible.
Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find it.
You cannot do a pasty in a tin.
The pasty in a tin refers to the traditional Cornish pasty, hearty meal of meat, usually beef, vegetables, etc. Blah, 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 blah. The tin part links to Cornwall tin mining history, with pasties serving as an easy all-in-one lunch, sometimes with sweet fillers, etc., etc., etc. Right. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Oh, where the fuck is it? Oh, bloody hell. Hang on a minute.
You can't make a pasty out of a tin.
I know that, but that's what they're doing. Where bloody hell did I fucking see it then? Right. British company has unveiled its latest culinary delight, the canned pasty. Boasting a 2-year shelf life, the pasty is submerged in what they describe as a protective, savoury ambient jelly. Executives insist it's the ultimate convenience food for anyone in a rush. You can eat it cold just by slicing it out the tin, or warm it up until it's hot and greasy. The choice is yours. Enthusiastic spokesperson Nigel Bland told reporters, We believe this is the next best thing since microwave burgers. That's Cornish news.
Give me a link.
Oh, fucking hell.
See, a Cornish pasty is legally protected with protected geographical indication. Only pasties made in Cornwall to a specific recipe, beef, potato, swede, onion, and side crimp, can legally be called Cornish pasty.
Yeah, but it doesn't state on the tin Cornish pasty. It just says canned pasty. All right, hang on. Now, if anybody's just slightly queasy, don't let them look at it.
Where have we put it? Oh, private chat. A British company.
Mm.
Oh my God, that is absolutely dipping.
Spoil, isn't it?
That is absolutely dipping.
Ugh. Fucking 2-year shelf life. Ugh.
Kim says, flaming egg, that looks like something in a horror film giving birth to an alien.
Mm.
Somebody else says, still better than the Ginsters. And sliding out of the can covered in slime like some alien spawn.
Plum wants to see it.
If this was genuine, it would be a ring pull can.
Oh.
Oh, that is gipping.
Yeah.
Um,
Blum wants to see it, so will you please get your sick buckets ready? Oh.
All right, hang on a minute then. Let's yeah, because the Cornish, you know that Cornish news, you know it's a parody, don't you?
Mm. Yeah.
It's just a complete piss take.
Yeah.
Um,
But if you didn't know that, and you looked at it, you. Hey, Max.
Yeah, Max.
Hope you've had your dinner, mate.
That is absolutely gipping.
Oh.
Blech, blech.
Mm.
Absolutely disgusting.
Oh.
That is gross. Oh, that's put me off my steak I had earlier, that has.
Looks like it's covered in snot to preserve it, doesn't it?
Oh, shut up, man. Oh, that's covered in. Ugh. I gotta get off my screen. It's still stuck on my screen. Oh, shut up, diagnostics. The Bidigan bites. Gerrit Jesend Enfagan Anschluss details.
Yeah, it's pretty grim, wasn't it?
My Diagnostics has just updated itself.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. A notification on the screen.
Spike, do you still want some pasties?
I wouldn't dare send him those tins. Mind you, you'd never find the bloody tins in the first place.
No.
Never find them.
And it's funny though, you was only talking about pasties the last couple of days. Nearly everything I turn on now has got something to do with fucking pasties. Pasties by post. No, it's pretty vile looking, that, isn't it? What do you know then, Max?
No way there's Ginster's meat. Right, yeah, so they moved one of their bakeries to Callington. It's got to be beef. It's got to be beef skirt, not minced beef. It's got to be beef skirt. Oh, Max. I got you. Well, you can see loads of cables.
Yeah, that's my speaker, my microphone cable all wound.
All right.
You good, Max?
I'm good. Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, Michael?
All right, till a couple of minutes ago when I saw that pasty.
Oh, yeah. That was pretty gross. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a tad. Just a tad.
Yeah. So we got Mark Carney trying to bribe other politicians out there now.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's I'll share an email. I'll share a video with you. Yeah, send it to you. Yeah, they got his Twitter or something.
Right.
And there was this one one MP, what's his name? Anderson.
Right.
Can't remember his first name, but Anderson anyway. Yeah, he posted an email about how he's being bribed. So, hope against hope. Maybe they'll sue him for it and kick him out for corruption. I don't know. I doubt it, but they probably get a $500 fine that the Canadian taxpayer can pay. That's what usually happens.
Hey, what did I say? What did I say the other day about the First Amendment? And how America's going to go for the first, and how they're all pushing for Americans to go for the First Amendment.
Yeah.
So, I'll say this a minute. Where have you dropped the link? Have you?
Yeah, it's in the
All right.
chat there.
So this is called Jessica Plitzker organized a Grand Rapids opponents of war. Protesters gather in response to U.S. attack in Venezuela.
All right.
This is not just a foreign issue, it's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have immediately after the interview finished. Plitka arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video. And an officer tells Plitka that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer.
Holy.
Away in that car. She was issuing a number of messages about wanting the U.S. to free Maduro. But again, she was taken away by police officers there. And you can see in this video, officers were closely following this procession in downtown Grand Rapids. We have reached out to GRPD for more information about the arrest, but we have not heard back so far.
Holy crap. Those sons of bitches. I don't agree with what she's protesting, but I agree with her right to do it. Go make as much noise as you want, you crazy liberal lady. Holy.
I don't know.
I can't hold her on anything. She's not obstructing anything. Ridiculous. I can't hold her on anything. She's not obstructing anything. Oh, ridiculous.
That bookmark gives me.
I can't hold her on anything. She's not obstructing. Oh, wrong one.
No, wrong bookmark. Bookmark gives me.
I can't hold her on anything. Oh, wrong one. We got an echo. Hold on, let me find it again here.
There, it should be gone now.
I thought I copied the link to it. Let's see. Yep, there it is. Okay.
I don't know what they'd hold her on, to be honest.
Eh?
I don't know what they'd hold her on, or would they do more or less what they do here? Round them up, take them a couple of blocks round the corner and let them go.
Well, I mean, in Canada, young lad, I can't remember his bloody name. One day I'll remember his name. I mean, he was live streaming, and you had the RCP, the RCP, Max, and you had the RCP, that didn't speak any English, didn't speak any French, right? And they said that he couldn't go up that way because he was actually going, because it was when they were smashing the camper vans and when they were smashing the lorries to actually tow them away. And he said, you can't come up here. So he said, well, which way can I go? And they arrested him.
Yeah.
And then
you can't go anyway. They blocked off all the roads. They blocked off all the exits.
And then he was banned, completely banned from going to the truckers demonstration for the rest of the time, the truckers demonstration. So he had to keep sending his sister out. Whereas before, she would do like so many hours, and then he would do so many hours. They'd go and warm up, have a shower or whatever, have something to eat, have a bit of rest, and then swap over again. And well, he had to end up finding somebody else to take his place so his sister could have a rest. Yeah, it was mad as poo.
Yeah, they were arresting people, hauling them about 5 miles away, dropping them off and making them walk back to their cars. You know, just all kinds of shady shit.
Right, how far do I go back?
It's pretty short video. Let's see, where's the email? Should be at
who's marking it? Right at the beginning, 44 seconds then.
Yeah, that's where it starts.
Yeah. So
just that small bit of the video, yeah.
So I'll put his link in. Present, share screen.
Yeah, this is insane.
So it's called Unacceptable Fringe.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Well, now he may have broken the law straight up. Here we go. Mark Nixon putting out just recently. In fact, I was sitting down to watch Mike Freedom Honey's podcast on our channel. We wanted to bring some new voices over to Unacceptable Fringe. I was enjoying the show, and then all of a sudden, this shows up on my feed. Breaking, wholly exposed, Mark Carney's Liberals tried to buy conservative MPs to steal a majority. Scott Anderson, MP in Vernon, reveals it all in a Facebook post. This is the most damaging evidence yet. Here's the funny thing. This is actually illegal. We're going to go full screen so you can see the exact post. Here's Scott Anderson, member of Parliament for Vernon Lake County, Monashee, tweeting or posting out on Facebook. It's important for my constituents to know that I, like others, have been approached by the Liberals and asked to cross the floor to join them. The Liberal Party of Canada is pulling out all the stops to lure Conservative members of Parliament to cross the floor so they can have a majority and subject Canada to more years of economic and social malaise. This is full corruption on display here, folks. With the complicity of the mainstream media, they've promoted the myth that there is some kind of movement to turf our leader, and it's because they're afraid of Pierre Poilievre. If you've looked at my past videos, we had a video about a week ago how the mainstream media is deathly scared of Pierre. They'd prefer a milquetoast conservative.
What do you think of Pierre, though? I mean, I haven't watched anything lately. Is he still pushing, or is he still shilling?
Yeah, well, he says a lot of the right things, but typically the conservatives do that and then never follow through.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, what turned me off him was when he said, "I've got to thank all the Jews for voting me in."
Oh, jeez. Yeah. And he's a real estate guy, so
yeah,
you know, real estate's really kind of a moving market.
Conservative leader and not a fighter who stands up for their lies and omissions. To the Liberals who initiated this contact, let me say this. You're screaming about great nation building projects, yet almost a year after getting parliamentary approval and no pipelines. There's no mines, there's no energy corridor, and not one formal trade deal. Indeed, you haven't even bothered presenting plans because
they've got a trade deal because they got the fentanyl. But Trump isn't really bothered about that. Like, he'll shout about it.
Yeah.
But when he gone and arrested him?
I don't know. He could easily go send people in and take out the fentanyl labs. They're not well hidden.
Well, apparently they took out 2 fentanyl labs the other day.
Where? In Canada?
Oh,
wow. We're going to pay for that.
No, I showed a video earlier.
Yeah, fucking China will tariff us again.
No.
Yeah, they'll put more tariffs on us. That's what they did last time. Well, that sucks. Yeah, this guy just fucking keeps losing everywhere he freaking goes.
Dude, Carney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's on purpose, too.
Well, he wasn't really any good for England, was he?
Yeah. I know. Thanks for sending him back. Wish you could. Oh, you see, Freeland is over in Yugoslavia or Ukraine, eh? She was our finance minister here now. Now she's going over to Ukraine.
Yeah, she's going over to Ukraine, isn't she?
Yeah, give financial advice to Zelensky there.
Man, Ursula von der Leyen, Mrs. Leyen, she's on the way to Ukraine as well, isn't she?
No shit. No.
Yeah, I think von der Leyen and Starmer, I think they're all on the way to Ukraine.
Starmer, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, they're going to be sending lots more money to fucking Ukraine soon. I can see it. That's just the distribution network for the money.
Yep. Yeah, we wonder how these politicians suddenly become rich when they retire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the backhanders that they receive in.
Yep.
So Trump didn't need to take any money from his wages, did he? Because he was getting all the backhanders. All the small hats were giving him extra millions.
3 hours ago, as British troops lined up for on-the-ground role in Ukraine as post-war peace plan drawn up.
Yeah, you guys going to have a draft?
Well,
no.
America said that they're going to go in with them as well.
Yeah, I think Blunt put that in, or November Man put it in earlier, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really pumping the advertisements for the army out in the U.S.
I don't think anybody wants to serve under Starmer.
Good, I hope so. People should be sick of bankers' wars by now. I would hope.
Yeah, send the men in suits, all the men and women that were in Parliament shouting for it all. Yeah, send them to go and have a fight with the other leaders. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't send your little minions in camouflage uniforms because you've started a fight.
Yeah.
Or a coup.
Yeah, we can give them some batons or something and let them go at each other. I think they'd figure it out pretty fucking quickly, though.
Well, which Parliament was it that they were beating the shit out of each other? I shared it a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah.
They beat the crap out of each other, they did.
Yeah, I saw that. We used to have Doug Ford would run at people. Like he was going to run them over or tackle them. Never did, though, unfortunately.
There was something about that woman the other day as well that I read, but I can't remember her name. She was the one that she instigated the Nazi in the Canadian Parliament.
I think that was Freeman.
And there was, so it was free. So yeah, it was her. Yeah, that was it. So it was her going to Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a grandfather who was a Nazi. So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So she has probably got lands out there.
Well, they all have, haven't they?
Well, pretty much. Well, it seems like all the Ukrainians are buying land in Morocco and England, though. All the generals in that. Zelensky, he bought one of your castles, didn't he?
Yeah, he bought a massive, great stately home, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, massive.
Gonna fill it with Africans and Jews, I guess.
Yeah.
Run away.
Yeah. He didn't have any money when he joined Parliament.
No.
Yeah, when they installed him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a piano playing comedian.
Yeah, that's the one.
I suppose he got pretty good money for it. Yeah, but certainly wasn't a millionaire.
Yeah, so UK and France agreed to send troops to Ukraine.
Oh, I saw Ireland there. Hotels. 37 of them?
Say that again?
I heard Ireland got rid of some of their hotels.
Did they?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
So what have they done with the people? Put them in houses?
I don't know.
That's what's happening in Glasgow. That's what's going to be happening in the UK or England. But they got... Where's the video? I was going to play it last night, wasn't I? But I never got around to doing it. Was it last night or the night before? There she goes.
Arrest after violent protests outside Dublin Migrant Hotel 4 days ago. Impartial reporter. Okay.
Listen to this one.
There are obviously concerns expressed about how different parts of Scotland will respond to the new individuals and the new families joining them into their communities. But I believe we can build on the good practice which we see in places like Glasgow, of well experience receiving asylum seekers and refugees over a considerable period of time. There are numerous success stories, and we mustn't forget those. There's a lot of learning we can already take from the work that you're doing and take to all those areas of the country to assist new arrivals wherever they are located. As I've said, our job is to keep all people safe and to protect vulnerable people and communities, particularly from victimization. I want to make it really clear that just as you won't tolerate any form of hate crime.
Oh, there we go.
People are targeted because of their gender identity, their sexual orientation, disability, or
She got her fingers crossed while she's talking.
No. Tell the truth. Only going to apply it to the Irish people.
Yeah.
No, this is the Scottish.
Oh, the Scottish, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good for them, eh?
I didn't want to poke them up there now.
Combating hate. Oh, boy.
Listen to this. Here's another pitch.
And here's another pitch. Our refugees, our asylum seekers, our new Scots are very much part of our communities, and I want to see them become part of Police Scotland too.
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea. We got that here. Yeah.
And I want to see them become part of Police Scotland too. I want to see them take up jobs as police officers.
Yeah, we got cops using Google Translate because they can't freaking speak English or French.
But we had one like that before, didn't we?
Yeah, but you got an extra problem up there, haven't you?
Oh, we got something.
Because unless they're approaching people from the front, a lot of the men up there were spirits anyway, didn't
it? She sounds very posh for a Scottish lady, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lindsay?
You sure that's not Henry Crinkle?
She does, doesn't she, Blunt?
Yeah, I bet you she's a full-on Nazi.
Wow, so what else did I save?
It looks like they've reopened a few of the hotels here.
You won't get there. You just can't make this crap up, I tell you.
Fires of hate, they're calling them.
Yeah. You cannot make this crap up. You listen to this.
And an Ethiopian illegal migrant paedophile has received less time in prison than 3 men who were arrested for violently protesting because of the actions of that same illegal migrant. Those 3 local men from the Epping area were arrested and now have been sentenced for violent disorder during a protest at Epping Hotel over the sick and vile actions of the Ethiopian illegal migrant Hadush Kibatu, who, of course, was found guilty of touching and trying to kiss a schoolgirl in Epping and a further attempted sexual assault of an older woman. Kibatu was sentenced to just 1 year in prison. Rightfully, locals in Epping were furious at Kibatu's actions, and an Ethiopian illegal migrant, a paedophile, has received less time.
Yeah. Doesn't go into
the application of the law, eh?
Fuck.
I don't know. I think the Irish have got, you know, kind of the right idea, just maybe.
What's Star was saying?
I wouldn't want Donald Trump round for dinner, but don't underestimate the danger to the world if Trump is re-elected this time around. I'm anti-Trump. I would like to send my warmest congratulations to President Trump on his inauguration as the 47th President of the United States.
No.
Of course, I wouldn't want Donald Trump round for dinner, but don't underestimate the danger to the world if Trump is re-elected this time around. I'm anti-Trump. I would like.
My Christian faith shows me it's right to curb jury trials. Oh yeah, Croydon's Council. Right, so Croydon's Council, right? All this blue, 316.5 million.
Oh,
right. So 50.5% of what they receive, yeah, has been redacted to where the payments go. It's completely redacted. So Croydon Council receives like 600 and something odd million, but 50.5% of that money, they won't tell you where it's going.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know. What do you do with governments like this? Huh?
That's council, that is, not government, that's council.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for just council.
Where the hell's the money going? Oh, this is funny, this is.
Hola.
Have you seen this video yet?
Hola amigos, yo soy su nuevo presidente, el señor Donaldo J. Trumpo. Your ex-presidente, el señor Maduro, is no longer your presidente. He kept talking shit, you know, fucking around though, and he ultimately found out though. Anyway, we're going to make Venezuela grande again. Mucho grande. El bigger and better than ever before. We're going to drill, baby drill. We're going to have a big, beautiful fiesta, all the tacos you want. Mucho mariachi, sexy mamacitas, and delicious margaritas. And President Trump is going to be a DJ, okay? Muchas gracias, muchachos. Y let's make el Venezuela grande again. Arriba el Venezuela, amigos. Hola, amigos.
Well, that lady, she's making apparently they're claiming she might be making a bid to stay in power. But I don't think that's going to stand.
10 people given prison sentences for calling Brigitte Macron a man. In France today, 10 citizens were given prison sentences up to 8 months for cyberbullying. They said Brigitte Macron is a man and mocked her 24/8 gap with Emmanuel Macron.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I still believe she is a man. So does Candace Owens and many other people. She should have to whip it out.
There's a manhunt underway.
If you're going to put somebody in jail, you should have to prove it.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see proof of ovaries as well.
Yeah. Let's go through. You can just shove her through an airport scanner.
Yeah.
So a murderer is on the loose. A murderer and a violent offender. Once again, the Justice Secretary's strongest ever checks have been a resounding failure. And once again, there's a manhunt underway. Precious police resources are being wasted to fix Calamity's latest cock-up. And where is the Justice Secretary? The Ministry of Justice seems to lose its Secretary of State as much as it does its prisoners. Madam Deputy Speaker, has his aunt taken him to the January sales to find him a new suit, just in case he gets let loose on PMQs again? Let me ask the Minister instead, why was someone who robbed and brutally killed a man by bashing him on the head with a brick, a man who led a prison riot and attacked prison officers repeatedly, deemed safe for open prison? Why, as we've just learned, did it take 48 hours for the police to raise the alarm? How many other murderers are there in open prisons? How many more mistaken releases have there been since the Justice Secretary last came clean? Once again, the safety of the public is being compromised by the breathtaking incompetence of his department. And well, what a Christmas it's been for the Justice Secretary. On Boxing Day, he said he was delighted to welcome into Britain an extremist who hates our country. The following day, it was revealed he'd invited a disgraced ex-Labour politician convicted of spreading homophobic smears to his official swearing in as Lord Chancellor. Days later, he paid an Islamist double murderer thousands in compensation, alongside hundreds of thousands in legal fees, much to the Justice Secretary's own colleague's spouse. Then the Prime Minister's mentor, a leading KC, who clapped him into Downing Street, slammed his shameful plan to slash jury trials, and then to top it all off, on New Year's Day, we learn that these prisoners have been let loose. Well, Happy New Year from the Justice Secretary.
Yeah, I mean, Labour's got to go, haven't they?
Yeah.
British taxpayer funds music festival that actively bans white people. Yes, you read that right. Our government gives a grant to decolonise Fest, which has stated aims of dismantling white supremacy and undoing colonialism. And it does this by banning white people.
We did that in Guelph, Ontario. We had black-only concerts. And they, somewhere, I don't know if it was in Guelph, but somewhere they had a black-only opera. Nobody came, but they had it anyway. Yeah, they've done a lot of that up in Guelph, Ontario.
This government and the last one, we now know that Allah Abd el-Fattah expressed racist, anti-white, anti-Semitic and violent views. Now, members of this government and the last one say they did not know about this beforehand, and of course I accept those assurances. But now we do know about these disgusting comments. Will the Home Secretary use her powers under Section 40, subsection 2 of the British Nationality Act 1981 to revoke his citizenship and deport him on the basis that he meets the statutory test set out in subsection 2, that he is, quote, not conducive to the public good?
No. That's what.
Oh, so he's from Croydon South, so he's got redacted payments there.
Yeah, they'll make that guy a police officer.
Yeah. What's this one?
Sir Apochi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Home Secretary agree that British citizens should be prioritised over asylum seekers in the allocation of publicly funded housing under the £100 million pilot scheme?
The honourable member may have heard me say earlier, we have started the process of hotel exit, which has meant we've reduced the amount of money that we're spending on that. We want all British citizens to be adequately housed. That's why we released the homelessness strategy that we did at the end of last year. And beyond that, we want to have order and control in our asylum system so that the British people and their proud record of providing shelter can be continued and that people can have confidence in that order and control.
Sir Appochi.
So that's no answer, is it?
No, that's we're going to continue doing what we're doing. And even though there's probably some money we could have for the homeless in Britain, they're not going to get any.
Need to find a more clear.
Are they taking care of your homeless in Britain?
No.
Oh, where are they putting them? Right? We don't have enough hostels. I'm sure you don't. We don't have institutions or asylums where we used to put people on drugs or crazy people. So they just roam the streets.
Yeah.
Now you got 40% homeless in Canada that have jobs too, because they're kicked out their houses.
Yeah. Yeah, Blunt, I said that on another panel the other day. Why are you claiming to be British? It should be English passport. British is anybody that comes to this country.
Timothy. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of October, the police told a private meeting they planned to ban Israeli fans from Villa Park. This was, to quote the minutes, in the absence of intelligence. On the 9th of October, they accepted they needed to find a more clear rationale for the decision already made. On the 16th of October, they said they suddenly found significant intelligence for a ban. This supposedly came from a conversation with the Dutch police on the 1st of October, before the first meeting held in the absence of intelligence. Does the Home Secretary believe West Midlands Police, yes or no?
Minister.
I think, as the honourable gentleman knows, we have asked HMIC-FRS to look at this. We are waiting to see what they have to say. That is absolutely the right thing to do.
They've already been banned. They've already been banned, and they were banned by the UEFA and fined $7.5 grand, weren't they?
Has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long has ever shown.
You know, all this corruption and incompetency involved government could be used to drive the agenda for having an AI governance. Come on, guys, AI, it'll be impartial.
Why did I say this? Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed interacted with his brother Yair Lapid, Israel's foreign minister.
Oh. I take it he's Saudi.
Yeah. What's this?
National Defense Authorization Act. Just in case you still thought politicians in Washington, D.C. were coming to save you and restore your freedom, they have once again maintained the military's alleged authority to indefinitely detain anyone, including U.S. citizens, without charge or trial. The provision first appeared in the 2012 National Defense Authorization Act, the annual military spending bill, citing the 9/11-era 2001 authorization for use of military force as a foundation. Obama signed the bill despite widespread concerns about the indefinite detention provision. The way Section 1021B is written can easily be interpreted to include U.S. citizens, as long as they're accused of substantially supporting the terror groups Al-Qaeda and the Taliban or associated forces. Now, you may be thinking, I don't support terrorists, so why should I care? But civil liberties advocates have cautioned that the vague language such as substantial support and associated forces could chill speech and lead to the persecution of journalists reporting on related topics. 1021B claims any covered person can be detained indefinitely until hostilities end. But the war on terror has been going for over 24 years. And given how freely the people in power in the U.S. military are still bombing war on terror targets, inching toward another new war on alleged narco-terrorists, and generally throwing out the term terrorist these days, and how the military is increasingly conducting domestic policing, this is increasingly cause for concern. Even if you trust your partisan team not to abuse it, what about your perceived partisan enemies? Even if no one in power ever tries to abuse it, the audacity of these people to continually codify it is enough to cast doubt on their character and intentions. Despite several efforts to modify this provision from a handful of lawmakers over the years, including this year and last year, Congress has repeatedly failed to finalize them, and no president has demanded such reforms in the annual bill. This has left the provision intact, and despite one successful court challenge, another court blocked that ruling, and the Supreme Court apparently didn't think it was worth their time to consider potential infringements on fundamental rights. Rather than protect you, your freedom, and your rights, your servants keep building your prison. On that note, despite a pledge from Speaker of the House Mike Johnson that anti-central bank digital currency legislation would be included in this year's NDAA, surprise, it's not. It's yet another year of nearly $1 trillion in military spending, with hundreds of millions going to Ukraine and Israel. It was passed with bipartisan support, and Trump has signed it into law just as he did for years before, just like Biden and Obama. The vast majority of these people do not care about you, your civil liberties, or curtailing the rapidly encroaching iron fist of state authority. Your representatives are not coming to save you. Act accordingly.
Yeah. Yeah. All true, unfortunately.
Once again, the U.S. military is on the attack. And once again, we're being told it's absolutely 5D chess necessary. But in the past, American authorities have lied and manipulated to justify the invasion of Iraq based on deceptions about weapons of mass destruction, toppling for claims of an impending massacre that turned out to be false, invading Iraq the first time based on lies about babies and incubators, going to war in Vietnam over manipulations about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and declaring war with Spain over a century ago based on negotiated claims about the sinking of the U.S.
Aye.
Just past 3:33:33.
All the phrase, party freeze.
Maine. But it's different this time, according to MAGA logic, because the very trustworthy agents of the U.S. government have said that Venezuela is host to very bad actors and scary, dangerous drugs that put Americans at risk. It's patriotic to blow up these boats and sink the CIA on Venezuela, except Venezuela is not a top source of fentanyl entering the United States, no matter how many times Trump tries to link the country to it. The country may play some role in the cocaine trade, though not a top one. Even the DEA failed to mention Venezuela as a key player in their annual report. Drug cartels are definitely vicious and violent, and Maduro is certainly an authoritarian.
Even they fail to. So not only do the United Nations fail to, but even their own thing failed to.
But lies for war are almost always based on kernels of truth about how evil the enemy is. Propagandists appeal to your morals and desire for safety while pummeling you into being so scared that you beg daddy government to protect you and cheer egregious expansions of power. In this case, giving one man the authority to order murders of whoever he wants without providing any proof that they're guilty. Not to mention that the CIA has been eyeing Venezuela for years.
Anytime you have a country as large and with the economic capacity of a country like Venezuela, America has a deep interest in making sure that it is stable, as democratic as possible.
Cuba's next.
We're working hard to do that.
And Trump was seeking regime change there long before he concocted his war on narco-terrorism. Neocon hacks are endorsing these actions too, further undermining the MAGA cult's belief that Trump is a renegade peacemaker fighting the cartels, the swamp, and the deep state. The war on terror failed to stop terror, and the war on drugs failed to stop drugs. In fact, both wars arguably exacerbated the problems they promised to remedy. These two failures are now converging into the mutant war on narco-terrorism, while Trump supporters who identify as immune to propaganda lap up official narratives. Both failed wars also led to sweeping violations of civil liberties in the name of security. So what could go wrong with the war on narco-terrorism? What's more likely? Operatives of the U.S. government and empire are behaving as they always have, obscuring the truth to justify violence and expansions of authority with documented establishment warmongers at the helm. Or this time, they're really definitely telling the truth. If you believe the narco-terrorists in Venezuela are a bigger threat to you than the megalomaniacal authoritarian spear-mongering you about it, that propaganda you think you're immune to is working as effectively as it always has.
Kaboom.
Well, and, you know, in my opinion, it's more likely that they want to take control of the drug trade than stop it.
Yeah.
Even though Trump claims to be I don't think he's going to stop that.
No.
He won't break. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Our current strategy of nation building and regime change is a proven absolute failure. We will break the cycle of regime change. We must abandon the failed policy of nation building and regime change that Hillary Clinton pushed in Iraq, in Libya, in Egypt, and in Syria. Regime change takes chaos. You've seen how that works over the last 20 years. That hasn't been too good. Not a reckless interventionist globalism. We're getting out of the nation building business. We're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Our current strategy of nation building and regime change is a proven absolute failure. We will break the cycle of regime change. We must abandon.
Dope.
Oh, sorry. Oh. It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah. And all the time he's burying this.
Yeah.
I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16. 17. 14 years old. This is me. This was me. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
There are about 1,000 of us.
Was one of them named Trump?
Oh, Trump's with them all.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness.
There was that in front of the Capitol with those all those girls, all those women that were girls, but they never named anyone.
Nah.
I still haven't seen anybody name anyone.
This is funny.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing he might be doing for the country, getting them some oil. The baggage thief. I love him. Where's Ashley Babbitt?
Meh.
Oh, Tampon Tim is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to run again. He's not. I don't think he's resigning. He's the guy in Minnesota overseeing the Somalia daycare shit, fiasco.
U.S. pirates of Venezuela.
Sweet. All right, be back. It's dinner time.
All right, mate.
Oh, nice. Oh. Yeah, in 3 days of rain we were supposed to have 2 days ago.
Yeah.
I think it's all come down in the last quarter of an hour.
All right.
Fuck me, and it pissing down.
Oh. Oh, I remember I said about those fishermen.
Yeah.
In Gaza.
طلع عليك لا اله الا الله حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل
هاي اختفى السفينه لحالها مش مبطل راس مبين وين السفينه؟ هي يا اخي لا والله هي لسه عايش بس كده
What's Boris saying?
The Iranians, the truth is the Iranians had a case against us.
Which case?
Which was to do with a debt for some tanks that we had sold the Shah of Iran in 1979.
Before the revolution?
Before the so it's complicated. Before the revolution, the Brits had sold the Shah a load of chieftain tanks, which were a big type of British tank. And I think the total, and the Iranians, the Shah of Iran paid for those tanks, I think for like £400 million. I mean, a lot of money.
But the British, they didn't submit.
But the British didn't deliver the tanks. So, but the Shah then got deposed and the tanks never arrived. And I think some of the tanks we then sold to other people, like I think even Saddam Hussein got some of them. So it was a classic. We talked about the British in Libya
and Libya.
So, I'm just giving you an example. So the point was that we owed the money for the tanks. Okay, we really did, and we had the money.
And the tanks.
Well, we sold the tanks.
Yeah, I know, but physically.
So we had the money. We sold the same. We sold the same camel twice. Is a typical British maneuver. It's like we did with like we did with Palestine. You know, anyway, it's another matter.
US Special Forces arrive in the UK to seize Axis of Evil tanker as it races towards Russia.
Mm.
So another tanker. Marinero is accused of being part of the so-called Shadow Fleet of group of tankers that is illegally shipping oil.
Oh yeah, I saw that earlier on.
Yeah.
About the Shadow Fleet, yeah.
Yeah. Ospreys and everything from Mildenhall and all their special armed forces.
But oh, where did I see it? Where did I have it?
Reuters.
No. That's Paul Singer. It's Chevron Oil. Chevron Oil is the one that's pumping the oil. And that's a US company.
Yeah.
Foreign oil, why does Chevron continue to operate here? Foreign oil companies are not permitted to own oil fields outright in Venezuela. So US oil group Chevron pays PDVSA a percentage of its output under a joint operation, which accounts for 1/5 of Venezuela's official oil production. This setup allows PDVSA to earn revenues from oil without directly selling to US buyers, which sanctions restrict. On Venezuela's side, the joint venture structure matters because foreign firms cannot own oil fields outright. So Chevron operates with PDVSA, and this arrangement accounts some proportion of Venezuela official production, giving Caracas an incentive to keep it going. To get around US restrictions, Chevron was granted a special license by Joe Biden in 2022 to operate outside US sanctions. The Trump administration extended the firm another waiver this year. Chevron increased shipments of Venezuelan oil from 128,000 barrels BPD in October this year and 150,000 BPD last month. Chevron has been operating in Venezuela for decades and has billions of dollars in assets there in the form of oil fields, facilities and infrastructure. If it were to withdraw from Venezuela, it would run a high risk of losing their assets forever, as Venezuela could seize them. In the past, the Chavez and Maduro administrations have seized private assets when hundreds of companies were nationalized, including part of the foreign companies such as Exxon, Cargill, and Hilton. So it's Chevron pumping the oil.
Yeah.
Mad as poo. Visibility. All right, so the Bella T tanker that evaded the U.S. military off Venezuela coast has re-emerged. The ship changed its name from Bella 1 to Marinera and re-registered in Russia in an apparent attempt to prevent possible U.S. seizure near British Isles. The U.S. may act to seize Russian-flagged oil tanker heading across the Atlantic to Europe. 2 U.S. officials told broadcasters that American forces plan to intercept the ship, which historically has carried Venezuelan crude oil and is thought to be near Scotland. For now, the UK Ministry of Defence says it will not comment on other nations' military activities. Maritime intelligence firm told the BBC that changing the ship's name and the flag might not change much. Changing it to Russian registry might cause diplomatic friction, but would not stop any US enforcement action. Russia's foreign ministry said it was closely monitoring. Wow. I think if it's Russian oil, I don't know what to say about that.
Well, the actual ship escaped them in the Caribbean a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Putin told them, don't attack the Russian flag ships. Is it going to be a case of fuck around and find out?
Could be. Muscle flexing again, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Janta Carr has done a report. Case against Maduro falls apart after Trump administration's major confession. What's that then?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm feeling like that as well.
No, I was going to put the bins out just now, and I thought, well, I can't do that, not in the fucking rain like it was coming down.
So, what's Janta saying? What's he saying?
Passing of each day, Donald Trump's fake charges against Nicolas Maduro are getting exposed. Not that anyone ever doubted that Trump had illegally invaded Venezuela on bogus charges. The charges that he made accusing Nicolas Maduro of running a non-existent drug cartel. But it's now become official. It has finally confirmed that we were all right in our suspicion against the rogue regime of Donald Trump. Yesterday, these bunch of depraved thugs presented Maduro at a local court in New York before heaping more humiliation on him by parading him on the streets of the city.
But where is he? Because you see the doors open there and you see the back doors open, but you don't actually see him, do you? No, is that supposed to be in there, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Good job, good job.
These thugs and human devils, to be precise, can go to any extent to humiliate fellow humans. We've seen their true colors in Gaza. So no, I wasn't surprised seeing this visual from New York. But what's astonishing is that the Trump administration has now spectacularly confessed to its crime of using fake charges against Nicolas Maduro. Don't take my word for it. This is what pro-Israeli and therefore pro-Zionist American New York Times has reported. Read the headline by the New York Times. It says, Justice Department drops claim that Venezuela's Cartel de los Soles is an actual group. When you read the details of this extraordinary confession, you will get a better understanding of the criminal action of these thugs. The New York Times reported that the new indictment of Maduro and others on charges related to drug trafficking omitted a crucial element of the original charges. The criminal organization that Maduro supposedly ran, according to Trump and his fellow criminals, was called Cartel de los Soles. But what is Cartel de los Soles? You would be shocked to learn that this organization never exists. It never existed. Trump and his criminal colleagues in the rogue regime of the US used this fictitious term to malign a head of state before kidnapping him with his wife. The original indictment filed against Maduro in 2020 in the Southern District of New York has said that the kidnapped Venezuelan president was the head of Cartel de los Soles, which according to the US claims was a drug trafficking organization comprised of high-ranking officials that operated between 1999 and 2020. But as it emerged, Cartel de los Soles isn't a real organization at all. It's a slang term invented by the Venezuelan media to describe corruption. This was like someone accusing Trump of being the head of a mafia organization called Trumpism, and then using this pretext to kidnap him and his wife after bombing Washington and killing scores of people. Just see the level of absurdity of these clowns that the US State Department run by thug Marco Rubio even...
Yeah. Mad ass poo. What the weather is here, it looks pretty dark outside. Oh, no rain. No rain and no snow.
Yeah, it doesn't even mention the rain here. It's still saying snowing.
And 8 degrees.
Yeah, 5.
Right. On that note, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee.
Oh, yeah.
And call it a night.
Bit early for you, isn't it?
It's all right.
Oh.
I got a numb bum.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
All right, fella.
All right, then, mate.
I'll probably do the same, to be honest.
Mm.
And wait for this bloody rain to stop. See you all later, chat.
Yeah. Catch you all in a bit. Take it easy.
Bye.